you'll see like a little, almost looks like a bubble, like a comment bubble. If you press on that, a whole side of your screen is going to kind of show up, and you'll be able to see what everybody has to say, the questions, their comments, and then you can add your own too. So that is where you can add your things. I wanted to talk a little bit about our theme for the year. Our theme this year is the story of us. So over time, we've always looked at great things, right? We know that we're trying to create a co-occurring system. We know that we're trying to embrace 9 great values. We know that at any given time, there's continual quality improvement projects happening throughout our system. But what brings all those things together? And so I've asked our speakers this year to take it one step further while they're embracing all those things I just mentioned, and to also mention a story, something that brings it down to a ground level that also explains why we're embracing all those things. Why do we feel passionate about those things? You know, and what really has created MC3 is those stories after stories after stories after stories, right? And so that is our theme this year. So look for that as you're attending the Change Agent meetings this year, the stories of us and how MC3 has really become one little bud and now a great big rose. And so that's something important to look for this year. And then I believe Chris has already gone over certificate of attendance, but if you're new here today, you do get a certificate of attendance, and the way that we do that is probably the last 5 minutes or so of the presentations, usually when our presenters are in the question mode of their presentation. I'll stick the a link in the comments section, and that link will be a prompt. It will take you through a series of questions of how much you enjoyed the presentation today, or the things that you would like to see improved. And then you'll push a little arrow at the bottom of the survey when you're done, and it will lead you to another link. That link is your certificate of attendance. And you just pull it up and you can put your name on it. You can print it. You can save it. You can send it to your supervisor to prove that you were here. And so if you have any troubles with that, I'll also put my name in the comments section so that, and my email, so that you can reach out to me and I can help you with that, okay? So I wanted to just do a little intro of our presenter today. So let me hop out of here and see if I can do this now. I'm somewhat technical after 2.5 years, but not all the way. So I wanted to introduce Clem Richardson, who's here today. And he is the CEO and Executive Director of Mana Behavioral Services. Mr. Richardson has 21 years of professional experiences. He provides workshops, group facilitation, prevention education at alternative schools, church groups, drug treatment facilities to adults or youth. He has a non-traditional approach to counseling, using various techniques to engage his audience. Mr. Richardson has 18 years of lived experience led into street lifestyle of gangs, drugs, addiction, and crime. Mr. Richardson is a recipient of many prestigious awards, including Outstanding Leadership, Certificate of Appreciation Prison Reentry Department of Corrections, Community Impact Award Rising Star, and in 2018 he received the Black Excellence Award by Milwaukee Times, just to name a few. He is married, he has 5 children and 7 grandchildren. He enjoys reading, traveling, weight training, and family time. Today, he's going to talk to us about the story of underserved communities, the hope, strengths, and purpose, and how change agents can assist. So everybody, please help me welcome Clem Richardson, and you can take over from here. And remember, if you see me, I just need to chat with you.
All right.
So be sure to turn off your cameras. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Amy. Thanks, everybody, for joining me today. I'm grateful to be a part of this workshop, MC3. Thank Amy and Tamara and everybody that asked me to come share, and Kenyatta too as well. So today I'm just going to talk about the story of underserved communities. when I'm talking, I'm probably preaching to the choir, but I'm talking to me too as well. So if you hear the passion comes out, that's just me. I'm passionate about what I do. And so it's nothing, it is personal and it's professional too as well. But the goal is to talk about how can we be better change agents? How can we assist others who's going through what they're going through? So I'm excited about this workshop. I'm excited about presenting. And so the story of underserved communities, the hope, strength, and purpose, and how change agents can assist. Let's put a disclaimer out there. The description of this presentation, the purpose of this presentation is to get participants to understand and learn positive techniques when working with participants that reside in underserved communities that are underrepresented. The real life stories, which you'll hear mine, some video clips, and certain language will be used. This presentation provides a strength-based and stigma reduction strategies approach. I've worked pretty much predominantly with 95% African American men, so and families, and so you see a lot of the PowerPoints. You will see a lot of them in the PowerPoints. So it's nothing against any other culture or ethnic groups. I have worked in the suburbs. I have worked on the South Side before, so I'm well versed and well knowledgeable about other cultures too as well. I respect those other cultures too as well. So today, you will learn from a historical generational perspective why individuals return to drug use and experience increase of mental health diagnosis. I'm hearing a lot of the buzzword now, the trauma-informed care. You're going to hear me talk about the historical generational trauma. Participants will learn the different methods of engaging youth or adults, whomever you work with, group exercises by using open-ended questions and video clips. Have a better understanding of how to communicate with individuals from urban or underserved communities, wherever area you may be working in, rural, suburb, urban, different areas, you definitely can apply these techniques. After attending this presentation, you will be able to have some knowledge, and some of you, I know you got a lot of knowledge already, but you can add some of this, just looking at this, adding more tools to your toolbox, right? You have some basic knowledge about cultural relevance and how to learn from clients and assist them by encouraging hope and drawing out their strengths and their purpose. So when you see this, what comes to mind? When you see this right here, the American dream, and you see this Black kid right here starting behind 100 terms of slavery, Jim Crowism, what do you see there? You can put that in the chat.
Do you want me to help you man this, Clem?
Yes, could you help me man that, please? When you see that, what comes to thought for you?
Impossible journey.
Impossible journey, right? It is
exhausting, sadness.
Yeah.
Struggle and hardships to feed.
Yes.
Starting from behind, trapped. Rough road to get there. Barriers, setbacks.
Yes.
The paths are unequal, lack of equity.
Yes.
And fast. It comes to where an individual starts. Some start with privilege, some start in poverty.
That's right.
Recidivism.
Yes.
Privilege.
Yes. Thank you, Amy.
You bet.
So that's what's happening right here. A lot of the we call them clients or returning citizens where I work at, they pretty much, these are some of the conversations that they're having. And they're talking to me about some of the barriers that have been put in place and things that's been happening in society. And a lot of times people want to just look at the like, well, things have changed. No, we have to talk about the ugly before we get to the good, you know. And so a lot of times people don't want to have those hard conversations where we talk about the good, bad, and the ugly. So from a historical undeserved communities, these are some of the historical facts right here. We thought integration would make us equal, giving us power and resources and control, but you see how our white counterparts capitalize from our talents, music, sports, inventions, actors and actresses, and even the comics. Blacks were not permitted to establish culture based on prior emancipation. The North, South, the laws that were enacted from our ancestors. Even owning businesses that competed with whites, it was not allowed. In 1868, we see the U.S. citizens allowed us to vote due to the Civil War. Voter suppression, voter rights of 1965 was signed into law by President Lyndon Johnson and Dr. King from March. Right now, we're still dealing with this. In March 2025, March 25th, 2021, I'm sorry, the voting right bill signed into law. And so we're still dealing with voter suppression. But right now they're dealing with the ballot box. Where do we put this ballot box? You can't, mail in ballot. So there's a lot of oppressive systems that's still around. So this is current historical facts. The Senate passed an anti-hate crime bill after increased reports of violence against Asian Americans, with our Asian American brothers and sisters. But for African Americans who never signed into law an anti-hate crime bill for George Floyd, or Policing Act in 2021 for Breonna Taylor. There's a no-knock warrant that they're passing now, but there's no anti-hate crime. Emmett Till, there's an anti-lynching act where they said you cannot choke anyone if you arrest them, or you can't put the knee on their neck, but there's no anti-hate crime passed. There was reparations denied for Black Americans, opportunities to build wealth, and left us with economic exploitation. As it on times of crimes and slavery, still things are happening still to this day. Many are just leading to federal government's failure to provide any resources. Post-slavery, it was promised 40 acres and a mule. Former slaves following emancipation, it was promised to us, but never happened. No other racial ethnic group has been confronted with systemic opposition to our personal economic development. No other ethnic group. They paid our Native brothers and sisters reparations. They paid our Japanese Americans reparations. So I can go on and on and on. So what is going on here? You're talking about the underserved communities, right? And the hope. But first we have to get through some of the issues first before we can offer some of the hope. So when you heard this right here, what came to mind? And Amy, you can come on in and help me out with this. The Milwaukee County declares racism as a public health crisis, while more cities follow suit. Do you think we're still dealing with issues of racism here in the city of Milwaukee? Just put it in the chat if you want to just put your comments.
Yes.
Okay.
Capital letters. Absolutely, of course. All the time. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Oh
Yeah.
my God, no question.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Segregation, racism, etc. Yes, definitely, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. So, okay, I'm glad I'm on the right page here, because some people say racism, what? That's not here anymore. That's gone. So, Dr. Jeanette shared, she was the former health commission. This is what research says. The PolitiFact Poynter Institute says Milwaukee County Executive Steve Bailey signed in 2019 declaring racism a public health crisis. Chris Abel we also said that the resolution was about making a public commitment to taking action. He said every decision across the country should be framed in terms of how to make a difference addressing the disparities. This is not just happening in Milwaukee. This is happening in Philadelphia right now with the murder rate. This is happening right now in Chicago, has been going on since Al Capone has been gone. So I mean, Detroit is happening everywhere. Ohio, all over. In June of 2020, June 14, 2020, the interview on WISN, Dr. With Andrea Peterson, actually, Milwaukee Health Commissioner, she says that the city has to address the racism. She should include the statement, our health department, our city, and our country declared racism as a public crisis last year. And it's been a public crisis. It's been a public crisis, and you all agree. So today, I'm just going to share briefly some of the 5 major areas of underserved communities, according to my research of what I've been seeing and what I've been listening to around with the groups that I've been doing and people I've been talking around the world with what's been happening to as well. And here, we're going to talk about miseducation, gentrification, mass incarceration, police brutality, and access to wealth. Scripture says, Hosea 4:6, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. The miseducation. Dr. Woodson pretty much talks about this in his book, The Miseducation of the Negro. Continues to resonate well in the 21st century, still to this day. Woodson, right here, he explores the effects of slavery on the Black psyche, and then he raises the questions about an educational system too as well. Woodson states, when you control a man's thinking, you do not have to worry about his actions. You do not have to worry, you do not have to tell him not to stand here or go yonder. He will find his proper place and he will stay in it. So our condition in our different communities, especially I'm talking about the urban community, we have been stayed in this place for so long. We're not too far removed from when Dr. King has been assassinated and still dealing with these issues and still talking about. And he also goes, he says, you do not need to send him to the back door. He will go without being told. In fact, if there's no back door, he will cut one for this special benefit. His education makes it necessary. So Dr. Woodson was talking about, okay, we know the issue that's going on with the miseducation, but we're not going to allow that to hold us back. You're going to open up a door. As a matter of fact, there's no door. He's going to make one. He's going to make one despite what's happening and what's going on. Now, this right here was in the 1930s where he was talking about this. And now we're still dealing with and talking about this 70 years later. Dr. Woodson's solutions to the challenges said that there needs to be more study, there needs to be more discipline, and he argues that we need more of an Afrocentric worldview approach because due to our colonizers had messed us up due to the chattel slavery, that we lost our Afrocentric approach and our thought process due to the miseducation. So education of people should begin with the people themselves. So the book goes on, is really a good read. You should get this. The fact that remains that African Americans aren't intertwined in the history of the US, but African Americans helped build this country. African American had to fight in every war. If anybody patriotic, we are. We have to fight in every war. And so here he argues and he talks about how we're not really shaped in this country. We just kind of look at as property, still kind of looked at as consumers, and kind of looked at as just, okay, those people over there. We are instilled with a self-hatred through education. This idea is brought upon the previous statement of having a lack of Black history in the classroom. For African Americans, I asked these kids these questions. I did a workshop, a presentation in the school, and I asked them. I wore a T-shirt that had Frederick Douglass. I wore a T-shirt that had Dr. King, Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, Eli Whitney, and all those greats, right? Did you know those kids, the only person that they knew was Dr. King? That's the only person that they knew that was on the T-shirt. And so I posed them. I said, go look up Eli Whitney. Go look up these other people that I have on this T-shirt and come tell me about them. Because until you know your history, you're not going to go anywhere. Until you know where you came from, you're not going to have a future. And so a lot of the young kids don't understand their Black African history because we was taught early on to admire like the Greeks, the Romans, and the British European culture. We have become conditioned to believe that this works for Blacks and it helps us. So the book cites that a study of Black workers who questioned the authority of Black manager compared to the submissive attitudes toward a white manager. So in other words, it's saying, if you go get some ice, some people would rather go get white ice because white ice is colder than Black ice. That's self-hatred. It's still ice. Whether you go to a Black store to get the ice or go to a white store, the ice is still cold. So the condition of the self-hatred, even with people killing, the other day, someone shot 6 people, murdered 6 people on 21st and Sherry over there. That's self-hatred right there. So someone can be able to kill someone cold-blooded and not have any remorse for that. That's self-hatred. We have lowered the majority of our education towards teaching and preaching. So the immediate, yes.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I just want to make sure everybody is sure to mute their, right now we're hearing a little background, so be sure to mute. I'm having trouble finding wherever it's coming from. So if everybody could just take one moment to make sure you're muted, and I apologize for interrupting you.
No problem. Thank you. We lower the majority of our education towards teaching and preaching. So the immediate family failed to put everyday relevance. We need more math. We need more scientists. We need more African-American children to get into those different fields of study. And so that would really help right there. So that's what Dr. Woodson was saying here. There seems to be a discouragement of professional education within our African-American community, and so those are some of the issues that we're dealing with. We need to get into the sciences. We definitely need to be more doctors, more lawyers, more people to inspire our youth and our young people to come forward. Too many educated Black people leave the masses. So this is what Dr. Woodson argued. He said the fear of educated Black flight is based on many instances of African Americans leaving their communities in search for education and disassociating themselves with their communities. So when it comes to opportunities, many African Americans don't look for immediate opportunities within their own community, but would rather take unpaid internships for larger companies in the hopes of gaining experience. So like Clarence Thomas, he's the only Black Supreme Court justice, but he don't identify himself as Black. He doesn't. He doesn't even. I mean, he's pretty much been colonized, and doesn't stand up against any ills or things that's happening in the communities. So someone that's highest court like that, you would think that they would talk about different issues. So you have W.E. Du Bois talks about the talented tenth. So in other words, the talented tenth is the one that's making out of the different communities or the urban areas of the ghettos, but they should go back in and get help with the 90% who still oppress or depresses in there. That's what they're saying here. So we should be able to go educate and do what we need to do in those communities and not just condemn them. So the neighbor has left, and now we just have the hood. There's a political education neglected. While many African Americans know of President Obama, too few know of local and state legislators. So we don't know about politics. I call it the politricks. We don't know too much about who are our senators or elected officials. So we need more education in those areas. And Dr. Woodson argues that, and I agree with him. Many people grew up in the atmosphere where political knowledge was deemed irrelevant or any few issues were relevant to the community. So my question is there a relationship between special education and prison? Question to you. Put it in the chat right there. Is there a relationship between special education and prison?
Someone said 100%.
Okay, thank you. You, my colleagues, I agree with you. That's true.
Someone said, I'm sure there is, of course.
Of course,
yes.
Okay. All right. I like MC3. Come on, you telling the truth. That's so true. So a black boy was given math problems to solve in 45 minutes because he was a brilliant student. He did the problems in less than 30 minutes. His teacher, who had low expectations and poor classroom management, did not give him any additional work for at least 15 minutes. So he decided to talk and play with his classmates. He was politely removed from the class and written up and labeled attention deficit syndrome. The reality was that the boy was at 90% percentile in mathematics and was not being challenged by his teacher and should have been placed in an honors math program. You know, and so those are some of the things is right there, the stereotypes. So here, you see right here with the families living in poverty, parents, the highest level of education is usually less than a high school diploma. Here, you see the blacks. Here, you see U.S. students. Families living in poverty, the mother only. I grew up with just mom only, and I'll get to that story a little bit later. Families living in poverty here, 35% to 23%. Black students in the condition of the miseducation. So the poverty rate is still the highest among blacks. We talk about here, right now. A lack of internet access at home has become a barrier for black students to learn, even during this COVID right here. But thank God for the MPS schools helping out and other resources that's available. A high percentage of black students attend high poverty schools. There's more black students with disabilities receive services for emotional disturbances, and the achievement gap between black and white students have not been closed. School dropout rates keeps high among black students, and graduation rates and college enrollment rates remain low among the black students. We're talking about right now. So the next one is gentrification. Gentrification is the definition of that is the process whereby the character of a poor urban area is changed by wealthier people moving in, improving the housing, and attracting new businesses, typically displacing current people in the process. So some argue that, you know, gentrification is good. You know, they say it's good. They should have kept those areas together. I'm coming in and I'm going to do what I need to do. Well, if you remember the riots of King and Malcolm X and all them, the communities were devastated in the 1960s. And then they put the freeways in there and just ran them straight through. So those rapid economic investment and support of projects related to consumption and entertainment. While these effects can be beneficial, the gentrification process becomes detrimental when it forces original residents to leave the neighborhood because of increasing poverty, prices, coercion, or buyouts. I remember one lady that was telling me, because my background is, I used to do home improvement. I did high-end real estate, Lake Drive, Quantico, Mequon, Whitefish Bay area. Also, I did North Side, South Side, impoverished areas. And one lady told me she lived in Brewers Hill that she got a letter from this people called Cream City Builders. They came and they asked her to sell her property. And she's been there like 40, 50 years. And so she said, no, I've been here like 40, 50 years. I'm not selling my property. So what she does, what they did was built, they tore down some properties around her because in some of those areas over there, it was really, damaged. So they came and built an apartment building high rise. So once they did that, her property taxes increased. So it forced her to move out. Same is with this lady right here, Lenny Mawson, president of the Halyard Park Neighborhood Association, first moved to the area with her husband in 1980. And now that area is devastated. So during gentrification, poor communities are commonly converted to high-end neighborhoods with expensive housing options, such as high-rise condominiums. That's what I just shared right there. As property prices increase, the original residents of the neighborhood are forced out of a variety of ways. So I just shared that. First, with the increase of prices of buildings, the gap between the price of the building, the income that the landlord gets from renting the building grows bigger. Landlords thus increase rent prices, which forces out the low income residents. Here, if you see here on Valete Street, like 12th and Valete, there's still the check cashing place. But then down the street here, just over the bridge by going towards Pfizer Farm, is a nice brewer's apartment, Brewer Hills apartment. So when you see this right here, this picture, what comes to mind? All right, put it in the chat right there. What comes to mind right there? Don't be ashamed. It's okay.
Misdirection, that we look like and act like animals. Some picture different era. Oh, same picture, different era.
Same picture, different era. Yeah. Thank you. That's so true.
Brew.
Here, the stereotype where they say we look like animals, and that's uh, the stereotype that we still get to this day. So, what is your first impression of these men when you look at them? Put it in the chat right there. What's your first impression of these men?
Stereotype of black guys wanting white women, sorry, not comfortable even saying that. My brothers.
Okay.
Let's
Thank you.
skip.
Thank you.
Could be my husband on any given day. Achievers,
Okay.
poised.
All right. Thank you. Uh, yeah, any given day, I might look like this too, or I might look like this. But the stereotype, this guy with the hoodie on, Cyphers Williams, he's a UK-based social entrepreneur, photographer. He's an activist. He's the founder and photographer of the 56 Black Men movement in Boyd's studio. He started his visual documenting 56 Black men are doing something rather than we rightly, looked at. And here he says, I'm not my stereotype. So you want to look him up, it's really powerful. Like Trayvon Martin, rest in peace, and Ahmaud Arbery was shot and murdered. Jay Morrison Academy, he's a real estate investment educator. The guy that I just showed you there with the suit on, He dropped out of high school. He was 16 years old, started selling drugs, three-time felon out of New Jersey. He became quite successful selling drugs. By the time he was 18 years old, he was facing time in Rikers Island prison. And then eventually, he stopped selling drugs. He graduated Temple University, and now he's a real estate icon in Atlanta, Georgia, and I believe out in New York too. So what I'm saying, the stereotypes that we get placed on us is still relevant to this day. I remember me working and going into a PO's office. I had a suit on, and she thought that I was one of the returning citizens coming to see my probation agent. I said, no, I actually work here. She said, oh, I'm sorry. Automatically stereotype, automatically. So the next section I'm going to talk about is the mass incarceration. Why? 1 in 3 African American men have a chance of going to prison in their lives. 1 in 17 white men. Yeah. Why is that? We're going to talk about it. The issues with the injustices that need to be reformed in the U.S. criminal justice system, from harsh mandatory minimum sentences, is still relevant to this day. You know, but it would be foolish and dangerous to undertake these reforms without considering the race issue that's going on here. White men in the U.S., and I just shared that, countries stand in 1 in 17 chance going to prison during their lifetime, while African American men, 1 in 3 going to jail or prison. Why are African Americans and Latinos so disproportionately represented in the U.S. criminal system? Part of the answer is that the criminal justice system is much harsher on people living in poverty than those who are not. A higher percentage of African American and Latino populations live in poverty than their white counterparts, meaning that poverty alone dictates a disproportionate and negative outcome in the criminal justice system. But poverty is not the sole driving force behind incarceration. While the oppression and exploitation of African American is not new to American history, mass incarceration is relatively new. President Nixon, the war on drugs, in 1969 and 1974, he said, I got 2 issues here. He said, we got this Vietnam War, we got these young people with this Black Panther movement, and we had these hippies talking about free love and everything. That's what we got. And we need to get rid of both of them. Then you had the Reagan, the Just Say No campaign, where they talk about the war on drugs, but really it was the war on Black, brown, and yellow people. So he signed that in the early 1980s, Reagan did. So the crack cocaine epidemic was really a war on epidemic on Black folk and Latino people, because the drugs were in the community readily available. How can you go from hip hop, breakdancing, walking around with your boombox, now all of a sudden you got this crack cocaine and guns in the community? It was basically a setup. It was basically a setup here. And so you had a big increase of people having babies during that time. Unfortunately, some kids were born addicted, and there should be like 35 or 40 right about now, and some of them are raising their children. And so you see a big increase of people generationally who have been oppressed and dealing with the system. Some were even born in jail and born in prison due to their parents' crack cocaine addiction. Then you had in the 1990s, you had the imprisonment of Blacks offense where Clinton here said 3 strikes, you're out. The 1994 federal crime bill that created tough new criminal sentences. He's talking about building more prisons, and truth in sentencing laws is getting new scrutiny during this 2020 election, during that time. So what is that saying there? I said a lot. So here, still to this day, we're still talking about people. Some people are getting out, but you still have some people who are still incarcerated for marijuana crimes. We talk about minor drug offenses, marijuana, cocaine. Okay, you have a person who do less time for murder compared to someone selling drugs. Come on now. And our President Biden and President, Vice President Kamala Harris was helped played a big important part in this, where the sentencing, and they apologized for it, but the damage has already been done. They apologized, but the damage. Even Clinton, I think they called him on the carpet too, regarding doing the elections when Biden was running, and he apologized. It was a wrong thing he shouldn't have done, and he apologized for it. The Bushes in 2000, and I mean, he showed crack cocaine on television, but he was the head of CIA. And if you do your research, the CIA was the head of bringing a lot of the stuff in the communities. Yeah. And so you have here, they focus and capitalize on people in poverty here. Then all of a sudden they started a war. They said the war is in Iraq. The mass destruction of the war is in Iraq. The weapons of mass destruction. No, the weapon of mass destruction is in the urban areas and in Iraq. But they seen that they was making money. He says, you can't stop now. I've invested too much in this thing. I've got to get paid. I got to do what I do. I need more. So what happens? If you see here, the CIA controlled it from 94 all the way up to 2000. Taliban control was only 1 year. Then you have CIA, NAC. Here you go right here. All of them were in control, bringing tons of opium production, which produces heroin, 8,000 tons of that over here. So who is the drug dealer? For now, the trade is flourishing opium dealers who use to pay off corrupt governmental officials and sell bags of thick black paste in different areas. Drugs are a big business in Afghanistan, and under the Taliban, trade is booming. The country has long linked to the heroin, but in recent years it emerged as a significant producer of crystal meth. It's a dangerous, addictive drug if you don't know anything about that. But George W. Bush era story, it was about privilege, it was about greed, it was about corruption, it was about drug profiteering and assassination and lies. Yeah. Now, if you see that, do your research. A lot of our Afghan brothers are addicted. Not only that, to heroin, they have over 1 million women who are addicted to heroin too as well. Yeah, 1 million women in Afghanistan is addicted to heroin. And when Biden shut them down and closed out, they paid them off and moved on. Now the Taliban took control because they have money now. Yeah, they have a lot of resources and money. So what's happening here? Michelle Alexander spells it out, the new Jim Crow. That's what's happening. So Biden should have ended America's longest war, the war on drugs, the war on the underserved in 2022. The war on drugs is not the war on Afghanistan. We already just talked about that. And so despite its dramatic policy failures, the war on drugs has been widely successful in one specific area: institutionalized racism. Because it built a war built on foundation and racism and prejudice. So Michelle Alexander, she talks about it and shares it and what's happening regarding the war. So when you see that, what comes to mind right here? I want to hear your feedback in the chat.
Actually goes into your multivitamin at Beauty Doctor. It's innovation, organic.
Bail system, low-level crimes, incarcerated individuals without resources to pay low bails and remain incarcerated.
That's right. Thank you.
It frustrates me to know, and when I'm sorry, it's moving. I know I work with my male clients in 53206, how much more we pay to keep people locked up than we do on educations. Jail is money. I'm sorry, it's moving. I'm sorry, guys. Jail is money-making machine. Cost more for incarceration than college. Rather pay to see Black people incarcerated than become better in life.
So true. Thank you. So that's true. That's what we're seeing. And the clients and the participants we work with, they talk about this, and so the key thing is letting them know that there is hope. There is hope, but we have to deal with some of the policies and the laws in order to get those changed. So are your children being pushed into prison? I want to ask you that. Are your children being pushed into prison? You catch a lot of young people doing really violent crimes, not just auto theft. So children are being pushed into prison. You see, from school to prison, from foster home care to prison, either or they're going. So here, 40% of the studies expelled from U.S. school each year are Black. 40% of those. Of the students arrested in school, arrests are referred to law enforcement are Black or Latino. Prime example, I have 4 daughters, 1 son. So my son was going to school, and he's in school, and I co-parent with his mom, and pretty much he's hyper kid to do what he does. He's kind of a jokester or whatnot, but I know my son, so him going to class, going through changing class. I guess the bell rung. They're going to their next class, and allegedly some young lady said that he tapped her on her buttocks, and so my son called me because I said if anything happens, I tell all my kids just give me a call and whatnot. Maybe I can diffuse the situation. Kind of talk to them, and I talked to the principal. He said, "Oh, I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police." Hold up, sir. Just a minute. Don't call the police. Let's talk about this. Let's see what's going on. So automatically, he was already getting ready to go call law enforcement. And had I not been, the father who's active in my kid's life, there would have been a total different outcome. He would have been charged with something that I know he doesn't do, that he doesn't put his hands on anybody else. So the color of mass incarceration is an issue here. So we have, look at this, 61% for Black or Latino, and we only make up 30% of the population. And so then we have a lot of the young people who's coming out of foster care, but due to they don't have any places to reside, or people are glad that they're 18 and you can get out, a lot of them are more likely than white kids turn to criminal justice system. They end up there. So out of 50% of children in the foster care system are Black or Latino. 30% of foster care youth entering the juvenile justice system are placement-related behavioral crisis, behavioral issues. So who's getting fed here? When you see that, what comes to thought? Come on, put it in the chat right there. We're going to take a break in a few minutes. I've been talking for a while. I need to take a break too as well. So what's your thoughts on this one? Put it in the chat.
Prison industrial complex. Public education is not a moneymaker, but prison is. Prisons are making a lot of money. School to prison pipeline.
Yes.
Prison is a huge money-making business.
Yes, it's a money-making business. That's what it's about. And so, as change agents, we want to be able to and have a conversation with them to help break that cycle. One thing about it with the gangs of New York, with the gangs of New York, if anybody saw this movie, you haven't, you should watch it. It's a good movie because it talks about the Irish settlers back in the way in the back 1800s, late 1800s, early 1900s. The Irish settlers, our Jewish brothers and sisters, our black brothers and sisters, our Hispanic brothers, they were all living in that community, but they were in gangs. The Irish, the Italians, and mobsters, they was all in gangs, right? And when they saw that they was in gangs, they came and provided resources for them. They weren't demonized. They helped get them trade skills, and they start getting their lives together. But something about the urban community, they say there's not enough money. We can't help out. There's no resources available. Let them stay on that side of the tracks. That's them in Milwaukee. That's not us out here in the suburbs. You need to watch that because it spells it out and shows there is hope. If people stop judging for a minute, stop stereotyping for a minute, we can get the help that we need. So the key thing we're dealing with in the community is the police brutality. If police were slave catchers before. Yeah, that's how they was formed. They were slave catchers. And so look at this picture right here from 1963 to 2020. Put in the chat what that looks like. Is there anything different? Put it in the chat right there. Let me hear you.
No change.
Thank you. No change. So some, not all. We have some good police. I have police in my family, officers. My cousins and them were cops. And I had a friend who was a cop. I have a friend now who's a cop. So everybody is not a bad cop. We want to get rid of the older people used to say, one apple will spoil the whole bunch. Well, you want to get rid of that one apple or 5 apples or whatever it is. Here he says, I'm just friendly neighborhood police officer here doing what I got to do in my white neighborhood. And so here, as you read the cartoons, the young kids are like, so, sir, Mr. Richardson, what about if I'm going to get shot by a police? I mean, a 9, 10-year-old kid asked me this in the therapy session. I said, no, you're going to live to be a gray old man. You're going to end up with a gray beard like me, And so we have to meet them right where they're at and let them know it's going to be okay. There's hope, and then there's a purpose for you, despite what you see on the social media. Even though we see this cop, she goes in here and shoots a guy, saying this right here was her apartment. Even though you see what happened to Dontre Hamilton, where he has a person with mental health disability needed help, but this cop shot and murdered him, shot him several times. So you see that in our communities, well, not everyone, but some people who are triggered by the cops and see what's going on because of what they saw on television, definitely what we've seen in 2020 with George Floyd. So the fatal police shootings per million by race. Blacks, this right here is all the way from 2015 to 2020, just 5 years, 6, 7 years, 30%. Hispanics, 22. Whites, 12%. Other, 4%. You see here, Tamir Rice, 12 years old, had a water gun in Ohio. The cops wasn't there 2-3 minutes to check this out because somebody reported that there's a man out there with a gun. And they pulled up, was there 2-3 seconds, and got out the car, shot the young kid. He's holding a water gun. And we saw what happened to the murder of George Floyd. And then we heard about Brianna. She was shot, the no-knock warrant. The cops come in there and start shooting. So these are some of the traumatic events that we have experienced and seen. And so it definitely makes you want to take a second look. makes you want to definitely have that extra eye where you want to look out. One of the increases that's going on that you see right now is domestic terrorism increase. There's definitely domestic terrorism has increased since 5 or 6 years ago. It's even increased where you see people doing certain things. So the Emmett Till, you know, the lady that was with these guys, she just said this a couple of years ago that she admit, here she is, that I apologize for that. He didn't do it. He didn't whistle at me. He didn't say anything. He didn't say anything disrespectful. I'm sorry. She did this on her deathbed. She waited all those years, you know, and so it was a great movie. So if you want to see that, it's called Women of the Movement, the Emmett Till story. You want to watch it on Hulu. It's really good. That's a shameless plug, right? And so, yeah, Ahmaud Arbery, we saw what happened when these guys chased him down and shot him like a dog in the street. Okay. So domestic terrorism has increased. We see it right now. We saw it last year, January 6th. We saw the domestic terrorism. And one of these young guys, I think he's a young brother, he's about 21, 22, said, had that would have been me as a black or Latino man going up there. I said, you know what would have happened? He said, what? He would have been a bloodbath. You would have been laying there. You wouldn't have been walking out. And one guy said, well, what if Mr. Richardson, I would have been protesting in Kenosha? And Kyle Rittenhouse, he was at a Black Lives Matter movement rally. And unfortunately, he shot 3 innocent people. But the young guy asked me what would happen. I said, you would have been shot because you're not Kyle Rittenhouse. So the economic injustice is also an issue that we face. And here, racial justice is economic injustice. Anybody familiar with Black Wall Street? Put that in the chat. Anybody familiar with Black Wall Street?
Yes.
Okay. And this is after the reconstruction of slavery that a lot of our ancestors did a phenomenal job. They became self-sufficient, like Dr. Woodson was saying, Carter G. Woodson was saying here. They had their own churches, they had their own movie theaters, and then next thing you know, because they couldn't read or write, so they started reading and writing and doing what they need to do for themselves and started finding out that they're genius. And look what happened. The first bombs that overfell America fell on Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's domestic terrorism. That's domestic terrorism. And nobody to this day was convicted, and still to this day, they haven't received their resources. So here, Black and white households reveal the effects of discrimination as well as the opportunity that trace back to the nation's inception. Here, Economic Policy Institute found that as the nation began opening up in the wake of 2020 coronavirus pandemic, white workers have recovered more quickly. The seasonally adjusted white unemployment rate dropped from 14.2% in April to 12.4% in May, whereas the Black unemployment rate rose slightly from 16.7%, according to the Bureau. But what we're still dealing with to this day is redlining, predatory lending laws, okay, and all of the CEOs at Fortune 500 companies, only 4 or 0.8% are Black. But Milwaukee currently ranks 4th among major cities in the U.S. in terms of children living in poverty. We have 43%. It's a good book right here. If you want to read this one, Black Labor, White Wealth by Dr. Claude Anderson, you definitely want to get that one. That's a good book. So let's take a break. Let's take a break, and then we'll come back.
You're doing great, Clem. I want to just draw your attention to a couple of comments, but do you need to take a break for a moment?
Yes.
Okay. I'll catch you when you come back.
No. Go ahead. Let me hear the comments. Okay.
Let's see. First of all, somebody had mentioned another movie, and I wanted to. There's a documentary called The House I Live In, it's all about the prison system and modern day slavery.
Okay.
And then Pam said, how do we advocate? How do we stop this cycle? It needs to be a combination of individual, social, and political will.
Yeah.
And then ever since the slaves were freed, they changed laws, enacted laws such as the Mississippi Black Codes and other laws, all the way up to drug laws to basically figure out a way still gain free or cheap labor, from chain gangs to prison labor. Most USA made products at one point were made in prisons.
Yes.
And then somebody has a question.
Mhm.
Why does the Black race appear as the only race that reference we when there's negative connotations attached, but don't use or apply we in unity towards community building?
Yeah. So are they still here?
Their name, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce this. Melvet, I believe. I hope I'm saying that correctly and haven't slaughtered it too bad. And so I just wanted to kind of let you know that there's those type of comments going on in the
That's
the
good.
chat.
I
Okay.
like to comment. So they still see me, or are we on break?
I think you're on break right now, so you might want to
Cool.
just address that when they come back.
Okay, I'll definitely address the house I live in, how do we advocate, um, and the why do we address we instead of collective.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Got
And so when we come back, I just want to, before I show the video, I'm just going to remind them about the certificate of attendance, because we've gotten some people that have joined us. And also, I'll just take a moment to remind them about their videos and their mute button too. Okay, Clem?
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to take a little break?
Yeah.
How many minutes do we have, by the way?
Okay, it's 2:14, so I can come back about what, 2:20?
2:20. Okay, I'll see you in 5.
Is that good? Thank you.
Are you sleeping? No, I'm awake. Are you sleeping? Mary, is that you?
Yep, it's me.
Where are you? I can't see you. I can't see you on the screen.
I don't know why my camera.
Yeah, if you're not a presenter, Pam, I think they blocked you from showing your
I
camera.
I can see myself.
Yeah, I can see you.
Mary can see me. I can hear you, Mary. I can see, hear
your status, Pam.
I can hear you, Mary Neubauer.
I'm here. I'm watching you.
I haven't seen you since last year. I miss you.
I miss you too.
You also have Lisa Craig online.
Lisa. See, we got our own little chat going here. Don't tell anybody.
And Jane said hi too.
Hi, Pam.
Oh, hey, Jane. Is she there?
Yes.
Hey, Jane.
Hey, Pam.
Oh, I hope you're doing well. I hope you guys are doing well.
I'm doing better, thank you.
Why? What was up?
I was in the hospital for a while.
Because
a number of things.
Because you couldn't make it up north in your truck. I mean, what's that about? What happened?
I got sick. Bacterial pneumonia, congestive heart failure, just a bunch of stuff.
But you're good now.
I am getting better.
And you're helping Mary take care of her dog.
Yes. Winnie is in my lap right now, asleep.
And I can't see it, but yeah, I heard she took on a little. I heard she took on a pet, a dog. So that's cool.
And actually, it's an adorable picture. I have to snap one.
Well, and I can't see any pictures here right now because they've sequestered us into a non-picture hood at this point, so we can only talk. So
Yes. So what have you been up to?
just trying to run a business through COVID, which is not that easy.
No.
Losing a lot of staff, workforce is not good. People are getting sick, trying to put, safety measures in place to keep people healthy, trying to get masks for everybody, trying to get vaccines for everybody, trying to get tests for everybody. You guys heard about the tests, right, that you can order from the government? The COVID tests?
Yes.
And you ordered them?
Yes.
Okay. Mine haven't arrived yet, but
I didn't order any. I'm immune.
no, nobody's immune to COVID, Mary.
No,
I got all vaccinations and had COVID in April 2020 and have it again. So
I'm in a special class. I got a rabies shot for it.
I've been triply vaccinated, and my relatives have, and some of them have gotten COVID, and I just have like a COVID test. So you can order a COVID test from the government. It's free. It's delivered from UPS. You can check yourself just to make sure.
No, the magic is the rabies shot.
But the rabies shot really hurts a lot.
yeah,
I'm not really, the rabies shot, you have to like get in your stomach and it really hurts.
No, I'm not talking about when you get rabies.
Okay. To prevent rabies?
Yeah, it's a new thing to prevent rabies. Like my puppy got one.
And it prevents COVID.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's like Ron Johnson saying, if you use a mouthwash, it's going to prevent COVID. That's kind of like the same thing, Mary.
Correct.
Oh man, that's
Hi guys. I think Clem said we're coming back at 2:20.
We were getting a little political here.
Yeah, I was gonna stay out of that.
I'm just being silly.
And so just a couple of reminders as we're coming back in, to make sure that you're muted. That little camera on the top of your screen, just press it and a line will go through it. Same thing with the microphone too. So the camera and the microphone should both be off at this time. Also, just a reminder too that if this is your first time here about certificate of attendance, everybody gets a certificate of attendance. And if you've come into the meeting a little bit later, just know that at the very end, right around question time, is when I start dropping a link in the comment section. You go into the link, you answer the questions, you hit the arrow at the bottom of the survey, and then it will lead you to another link, and that will be your certificate of attendance. So make sure you look for that. And Clem, I'm not sure if you wanted me to show the video now or you wanted to kind of give it a little intro.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask you these questions first, right?
Okay.
Are we back on?
Yes.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Glad to have you back. Someone put in the chat about the house that I live in. I will definitely look at this movie. Thank you for that. I will look, and I'm a movie buff. I like checking out movies too as well. So how do we advocate? Someone had asked too as well. Definitely can advocate by, you have to put your advocacy hat on as a change agent every now and again, especially if a client or participant is dealing with any barriers. You definitely want to advocate. You definitely have the ACLU, the American Civil Liberty Union. You have different other organizations that may advocate. If you can't, you can send them to an organization that advocate. I know Project Return does a good job of that. They deal with the prison population where men and women are returning home from prison, and so they have an advocacy group too as well. And they can refer you to someone that does, right? Also, definitely speak out against any of those things that you feel that your client or participant is really passionate about, and you too as well. You all do great work. You're on the front line like I am too as well, boots on the ground. So definitely we can talk and further discussion if you want to about how we can advocate and provide more the bringing the real to the client because they're facing with some serious issues and we need to get them to the right people who can assist them and advocate for them. Also, someone had put in the chat, why is that African American people usually say them or us or them or they, and not I or we? That's true. The we definitely have been hoodwinked and bamboozled and flim-flam for years. And so some of us are waking up and really what I mean by that is want to get the help that we need, right? And stop blaming others. It's not about blame. It's about telling the truth, what's happening right here, and then how do we come together and pool resources. So if you're saying in the community, how do we do that? Well, we have to get the people who have resources that's available, people who elected officials. We need to get them on a part of the community too as well, and so we can all pull together. It's the old wise proverb saying, "It takes a village to help develop the community, help raise the community." So we need all hands on deck, whether you're professional, whether you're someone that's in the neighborhood who's up to no good. Maybe you can get involved and deal with it. So it's different various ways. I'm starting to see a lot more groups that are coming up where people are pulling their resources together. I see a lot more African Americans are becoming more entrepreneurial. I see a lot of positive things starting to take place due to COVID. The COVID really woke a lot of people up because you're seeing all these people that you knew who's dying around you. You're saying, you know what? I need to get it together, and I need to, come together in the community. The media shows a lot of the negative things, the murders and things that's happening, and which it is, not minimizing that, um, but it's the historical generational stuff that's happening. So hopefully that answers that questions. And we can just go right back to the slide here that I have for you. When you look at this presentation, this PowerPoint right here with this young man, what are your thoughts on that? A couple of people can go ahead and put it in the chat. What are your thoughts about that?
A lot on his mind. Where is his family? My old neighborhood. Choices. Will I survive? Overwhelmed. So many different choices, opportunities, things being thrown at him.
Yeah.
Stereotypes. The things he's up against. Bombarded.
Okay. Thank you. And that's so true. We're faced with a lot of these young men are faced with a lot of different issues, and the young girls too. Not minimizing them, just have a picture of him. But yeah, a lot of the internet. You and I used to go to bed. I know I'm gonna date myself. when you go to sleep, go to bed at night, you cut off the TV would shut off, and it would just shut off at a certain time. Well, now they have the social media where there's over 10,000 imagery, a lot of temptation, a lot of things that these young men and young ladies are impacted by. And so we have to be mindful of that too as well. So it's a total different time for where you and I may have came up. It's a total different time from the 80s, from the 90s, definitely in the early 2000s. We're into 2022. So let's take a look at this next video right here, and we'll go from there.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
Add sound. Okay. Can everybody see that?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay.
Yes.
Somebody in the chat, give me a thumbs up if you can hear sound, okay? Or Jackie, you can just send me a message too, that's fine.
Action! How many of you don't think that you're going to see the age of 30? What are you saying? That there's no hope for any of you?
It's Collins. We in the war, but we don't know who we fighting or why. We keep getting shot and killed every single day.
It's kill or be killed? Is that what you really think?
What we telling you is, we live in 53206.
Yeah, let's get a hustle. Let's get... I know you're gonna sing at my next barbecue.
If you cooking, I'm singing. I tell you, the streets don't love nobody. 2 murders last night, 5 the night before that. You ever wonder why us? Why are we suffering? Why is Milwaukee the worst place for black people to live?
Man, we were born in this war zone, so same normal.
So you know.
When I was your age, we were safe in these streets. And there wasn't no gunshots. Trust and believe. We handled our business. But this right here, what we used to use.
It was Lavelle and his cousin Oscar.
Yeah, I need to talk to you. Stop worrying, bro. I told you I got you.
What? Man, talk.
They were shooting at me.
I gotta do something.
Well, if you got a magic formula to change the 53206, I advise you to share it. You can sing. You can inspire. Make a change that way.
Why are you trying to play me? People ain't getting high in the 53206.
Just take your pain and pour it into the song. Go! Go!
The violence. I'm done. We gotta get the humanity together. A peace rally. I'm gonna get everybody.
No, he didn't deserve this. I get 25 to life.
You don't solve violence with just more violence.
I mean, parents burying their children, the babies that's been murdered. It ain't right.
Go ahead and take over, Clem.
So, what do we see here? The hope and strength, and so seeing that video, that just give me chills every time I see that. And some of you probably already saw it before and you're still seeing it because you hear it every night on television. But there's hope, there's strength, and there's purpose. According to Dr. Joy DeGruy, she says, post-traumatic slave syndrome is a condition and exists in a population that has experienced multi-generational trauma resulting from centuries of slavery and continues to experience oppression and institutionalized racism to this day. Today. So we see that a lot of the environmental stress plays a big important part. The financial problems, loss of loved one, single parent homes, difficult relationships, major life changes, work problems, or any stressful situation may trigger depression in some men, and then some turn to drug use. But there is hope. Black Americans have made a recent decades regaining far as elected officials, representative in the cabinets, even recent, like you said, the president. Black fathers are more involved than Hispanic dads and share more responsibilities and genuinely parent better than white or Hispanic non-residential fathers. So we want to, a lot of times people just look at the social media and say, oh, they're deadbeat dads, they don't do this. No, not all of us. We have a lot of good ones out here. They just don't put it on the news. So there is hope. Purpose. The number of African Americans, business owners in operation surged to 1.5 million last month, up 38% from February 2020. For COVID-19 hitting the U.S., according to
Clem.
US, yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you again. We lost your slides, and we probably lost them because I shared my screen and showed the movie, so we just need to put your slides back up again. Let me know if you need help.
Do I need to do that on my end?
Yep.
Okay.
So you're just going to do that little arrow on the top again and share your screen.
Let me go back here. Okay. Little arrow.
There you go. Can everybody see that? I can see it.
Yes. Yes, we can see it.
You're good to go.
Okay, let's okay, from the curve. Okay. So they heard this part, right? Did you guys hear this purpose? Okay. So the purpose: counselors, social workers, change agents give consumers, clients hope. You all do. Hope, strength, and purpose. When others are not there, you are there. You are a trendsetter, and you're definitely some leaders. You need to clap for yourself. So how change agents can assist? I'm glad you asked. Calling all change agents the new normal needs you. We need you. You know, understand the history of background and demographics of all identified underserved populations, which include African Americans, Hispanics, immigrants, rural, isolated communities, historically disadvantaged, racial, ethnic groups, LGBTQI, teens, people with mental health challenges, and those experiencing homelessness. You all do the work. You want to continue to find ideas from real world practice from effectively serving those population groups in their community. So what does that mean? Being able to reach out to someone who may have been there, done that, and being able to bring them into the fold to help you understand this particular client or participant or consumer, whatever you may call your clients. You want to continue to gather together with other change agents and discuss what works for them when counseling someone from underserved communities. Let me reinstate this again, say this again. You are making a difference. You want to continue to always draw out clients or consumers, draw out on their strengths, and refuse to capitalize on their weaknesses. I once heard an old saying that says, the only time you look down on a man is when you're helping him up. And so you want to be able to, and I know a lot of you doing it, but you want to do more of it because we're in a total different time now. And it's time for us as change agents, we can assist by looking at their strengths. I notice when I focus on the client's strengths, they feel a little bit better about themselves. They kind of walk with the head up. They look me in the eye and say, you know what, maybe I can do that. Maybe there is hope. Maybe there is a purpose for me. Also, meeting the clients where they're at means that you don't just give a one-size-fits-all approach or your own, or putting your own agenda on a client. So I work with interns, and I have my interns from UWM, Marquette, and all over. I said, when you're meeting with a client, you just don't start, what's your name? You don't start like that. You start by having a conversation, human to human, eyeball to eyeball, fist bump. Well, we're in the midst of COVID. You probably don't want to do a fist bump, but just have a seat. Let me meet with you all. If you're meeting on Zoom, be real, be able to meet them right where they're at. So that's also another one too, as well, as change agents can exist. The first step is addressing change to commit to ongoing work of addressing personal biases. If we have any personal biases, we need to deal with that. And so ask those challenging questions, ask those uncomfortable questions. It's okay today. And the client would usually be your best teacher because they would be able to explain what's happening with them or why they think or act this way or why they're doing what they're doing. Also, continue to consult with other therapists, social workers, and counselors, crisis workers that don't look like you, and ask those tough questions about the culture. It's okay. Why do I say that? Because that was me. I was born and raised right here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's a single mom. My mother had 7 children, 5 girls, 2 boys. I'm number 6. But anybody ever heard that song called Papa Was a Rolling Stone? Wherever he laid his hat was his home. Well, my dad had about 17 children. So I'm number 16 on that side. So he cheated on his wife and had me and my younger brother. So we grew up right there. I was born in Hillside Projects, and then my mother moved to 3818 North 21st Street on 53206 area, right on 21st in Vienna. So growing up there, my mother did the best she can do. She taught us the values. She was very strict, keep the house clean, keep everything in order. Just a strict mother. She did the best she can do for me and my younger brother right there on this picture right here. And so here, as a teenager, as a kid, just coming up, didn't really know what was happening, and got a chance to meet my father and his kids and all that. My siblings, get this right here, my siblings that grew up with me, my mother, older kids, she had 5 over us, 3 of them were Irish and black. Their dad was Irish and black, so they were Irish and black. So just growing up as a kid, not really, doing the latchkey time. My mother had work. She got a job at the Milwaukee County Hospital. That's what it was called then, Freighter, now Freighter. And she did the best she can do. So she pretty much told us, hey, don't have any company in the house. Don't get involved in anything. Do what you need to do, because I'm in here making the money and bringing in the money. So you obey my rules. So pretty much got involved with selling marijuana at an early age, about 13 years old. My other older brother, who's like 10 years older than me, was 23 years old. So he pulls up in a big, nice, fat Cadillac, this nice Cadillac, right, with all this jewelry on. And found out that I had, had company at Mom's house, which was out of order. I had some friends over. And so he hit me in the head with a stick. Hit me in the head, busted my head, and said, "You ain't my brother anyway," with a couple of words, adjectives after that. So right then and there, I had a lot of hate and a lot of anger towards her. So as time moved on, things began to happen. And one of my friends got killed in a drive-by shooting on 24th and Capitol. Mikey Martin, may he rest in peace. So I'm smoking weed at 13 and 14. Now, by this time, when my friend got killed at Pitt's Funeral Home, we started drinking wine. It's called White Irish Rose or Thunderbird wine. So I poured out one for him, drank that, smoked weed. So getting involved in that lifestyle already. I was an artist, so I draw real good, playing sports, but still selling marijuana, drinking, involved in gangs. Because the gangs taught me structure, it taught me survival skills, taught me how to box, taught me martial arts, taught me how to communicate, it taught me how to unify. Those are some of the things that I was taught. So me and my younger brother's involved in that. So let me see, about 15, 16 years old, I'm at, 14, 15, I'm at Vincent High School. So I'm still selling marijuana, doing what I'm doing. My younger brother is at another school. And so my brother had got indicted. The one that hit me upside the head got indicted and goes to federal prison. He goes to federal prison for 2-3 years. He gets out. He moves back in with my mom's, moves back in his house right here, this red and white house right here. So he moves back in, This time he tells me, go get some baking soda. I said, what do I go get some baking soda for? What do I need that? So come to find out, he said, this right here is cocaine. This is a quarter bag. This right here is a half ounce. This right here is a half. This is a half 16. So he showed me how to bag up powder cocaine. So by the time I was 15, 16, I was selling marijuana and I was selling powder cocaine. So making money, hand over fist. My mother said this. She said, you need to get your job because you're getting a little bit older. So finally got a little part-time job at Burger King, but majority of my money was coming from selling drugs. So about 16, still playing basketball, didn't know what I wanted to do. Wanted to get into architect, but didn't run too really good at math. I didn't have no father in the home. My father had to raise his children, so I had to do the best that I can do. I didn't want to stay after school, way out in Vincent. I live way in the hood over here. So left there, got involved in different activities from there. So about 17 years old, graduated from high school. So I graduated from high school at 17 years old. Once I graduated from high school, I still didn't know what I wanted to do. So my brothers always told me this: if you be good to the game will be good to you. But he didn't tell me about the addictive part. He just showed me how the cars and the women and the fast life, how that looked. So pretty much got involved in the gang and the lifestyle, started running with my guys full time and the guys in the area. And my younger brother caught a party to a homicide, so he goes to Ethan out of school for boys to Wales. So I didn't see him. So I'm selling drugs, getting involved in that lifestyle. The goal is go ahead and go to the military. So I said, you know what? I'm tired of selling these drugs. Let me try to go to the military. So I signed up for the Air Force. Actually, one of my friends was going to do a buddy plan they had back then. And he said, let's sign up, man. Let's get up out of here. He lived off 3rd and Keith, Port Washington and Keith right there, Atkinson, actually. And I said, yeah, that's like a good idea. So he signed up. I signed up. Next week, we're supposed to take this test. I'm hanging out with one of my other brothers. I'm smoking some marijuana. So I'm thinking this smoking marijuana is going to make me a little bit more smarter because I can ace the test because I got this. And I failed the exam, needless to say. Failed the exam. Didn't go to any of that. So I just opted out of the Air Force. I said, forget the Air Force. I'm out here. So pretty much chose to go to the streets. So getting involved in that lifestyle for long periods of time. So about 20 years old, 21 years old, I'm involved in a lifestyle. My sister paged me, and she lived off 17th and Atkinson. She asked me to come over. Hey, I want to borrow some money. So I had like $300-400 she wanted to borrow. So I go over, borrow her some money. While she's there, I see her with some friends, and she's freebasing cocaine. She freebasing cocaine, and that's what she was doing. And so I was like, wow, okay, what's this right here? You know, I saw one of her friends, and so I wanted to get involved with her. She got, I freebased cocaine for the first time. Didn't feel anything, didn't like it, just freebase. I had a lot of anger and a lot of resentment going on in me that I had to cover up all the pain, all the trauma and the issues that I seen in my community. It just bothered me. And I can tell you, my mother grew up. My mother was born in 1932. My dad in 1922. So I grew up hearing these issues that I just presented on, right? So so dealing with that, I get a page one day. Me and my brother was together, and we get a page 911. So we get to page 911, and we're driving a yellow Mustang. And we're driving, I don't know, really fast. So we go down, we're coming from 20th and, not Good Hope, where is that at? By the Garden Homes area, in that area right over there. So we're driving and we go to 15th and Capitol, where my dad stayed. So we go there, run upstairs, or see the ambulance and the fire truck there. What's that about? Run upstairs, look in the bedroom. My sister was laying there on the floor. She committed suicide. my brother found her lifeless body hanging in the closet. So that right there really took me for a loop. Right there, my younger brother on his picture while he was in prison, he tried to take his life because of what he had heard. So just a lot of trauma and a lot of medication, medicating myself with drugs and the lifestyle. So being involved in that lifestyle for many, many years, getting involved in that. And so with that, a lot of my friends have died, and some were murdered, some still on cold case, some OD'd, you know. So it was just in that lifestyle. It was about the lifestyle. So a couple of me and one of my other guys, we got involved with connect with some guys from Compton, California. So now we started trafficking drugs. So we got this big kilos of dope, and I said, you know what? I always was curious. So I asked one of the guys. He happened to be a Crip from LA, you know, from Compton, California. And so what is this right here? He said, this right here is Ready Rock. I said, what do you mean Ready Rock? He said, hey, it's crack. I said, why they call it crack? I said, because it crackles when you smoke it, it cracks. I said, let me try it. Me always being curious. So I tried it, and I liked it because it made me feel powerful. It made me forget about the pain that I was going through, the trauma and the loss and the deaths and the violence and so on and so forth. So got involved in that. My sister was shot. She was left dead. Shot off shotgun. I was beaten to unrecognizable right off of 17th and Atkinson right there. So just the trauma and the drama, the things that was going on. So long story short, time went on. So it was 18 years in that lifestyle. I had been blinded and thought that that's the way I was going to die. I saw no other way out. I saw no other way out. I said, this is how it's going to end. This is how it's going to be. And through prayer, I know my mother and my sister then finally got out their lifestyle. I finally, after outpatient treatment, I was a client at WCS, outpatient, unlimited potentials. Then I was a NA, went to a program called Heavy Hitters, with a lot of the counselors coming from, the men was from Chicago in the early 90s and whatnot. Still, I wasn't ready. I went to one of the meetings under the influence of drugs, and one of the guys stood up at me and said, hey, sir, young man, you can't come to the meetings under the influence of drugs like this. He said, come back when you're ready. We leave the light on for you. So finally, still didn't want to change, continued to work jobs, but unsatisfied because I was under influence. I was an impaired professional going to work under the influence, if I even kept the job, some of the jobs. So from there, I got sick and tired of being sick and tired. My counselor at WCS, he said, hey, may he rest in peace. His name is Mr. James Graham. He was on 60th and Center. I'll never forget that. It's called it used to be called the Reach program. It was downstairs in the basement. And he said, you need inpatient treatment. Your level of care is too much. You're a severe addict. You're a severe junkie. They didn't call us an addict. You're a severe junkie. You got a severe problem. I said, no, I'm okay. Well, I had drugs on me while I'm in counseling session. I had beer in the car, and I had Hennessy in the car. Still wasn't ready to change. So finally, after my girlfriend kicked me out, after I relapsed and went back to that lifestyle, I finally said, you know what? I'm tired. Enough is enough. In 1996, at 12 o'clock, I turned myself into treatment, drug treatment, residential. So I was in there for 90 days. And while in that place, Matt Talbot Recovery Center, while in that place, I got a chance to do some soul searching. And I got a chance to see that I was covering up all the pain of my childhood through the drug use and being rejected and and the verbal and the physical abuse. And so being able to cover up all that pain, all that trauma, the memories of my friends. And with that, that made me get in touch with some things called feelings. They made me get in touch with that. These counselors really made me take a look at me. Really made me do the Michael Jackson, look at the man in the mirror. And I had to look at the man in the mirror and look at the hurt and the things that I was going through. So once I got sick and tired of being sick and tired, I surrendered. I tapped out. I got the help that I needed. So in that place, I got involved really in activities. Started doing the athletes in recovery. We had a basketball league. We had bowling league. We was really getting involved, playing basketball, doing a lot of positive things sober. And so I was working a job, got married and whatnot. And so it was just the change for me was really hard, the transition. The drug was only 10% of the problem. The 90% had to be, it was my thought process. Because after about 12 to 13 months clean time, I went back out and started using. I was voted most likely to succeed, but then I was voted out when I went to go pick it back up and use. I had a binge use. And while I was out there with that binge use, I said, I made a choice decision to pick up and use when I don't have to. I can make a choice decision to do something different. You know, and so went there, did that. So finally called my counselor back. He's the agent of change. I said, hey man, some of you can attest to this. You know, your counselors, your clients may call you back and say, I want you as my counselor or whatnot. And I call him back and say, hey man, I need some help. I need some help, or I'm going back out here. You know, finally he said, no, you need to come serve. You need to come help out. So finally, how I got into the field of counseling, I went back to Matt Talbot as a successful client. I didn't go back into treatment. I went back in as a staff, started working, and they found out how good I worked with the guys. And then from there, I got a part-time job working at Detox on 12th and Highland. So I'm working there at Detox right there, doing that. Then I went to the Minority Training Institute, where my mentor, Jerry Alexander, and some of those guys, old school guys, they trained me as a counselor. So got trained as a counselor. Then I took the FOSAC, it was Fundamentals of Substance Abuse Counseling. That's kind of old. You probably don't know nothing about that one. Some of you may do, I don't know. Then I went through the REDC-1, I passed that. So I go to this place called Genesis. So the Genesis Behavioral Services, and one of the therapists, which is my mentor, Otis, back in the day, Otis Lockett, he told me and this other lady who hired me, he said, if he mess up, he's fired and you are too. He said, welcome to Genesis. So I've been counseling since 1999. I didn't go back to college until 2000. I didn't have a degree. They hired me because they saw the passion in me. And so this right here is before me. And now I'm a new person. The old have passed away. Behold, all things become new. I'm a new person today. So today I mentor men and women actually too as well. Today I'm a proud father and granddad. They call me Paw. It's the greatest feeling you can be called, you know. So today I'm letting brothers and sisters know and people in the community that there is hope. There is hope because we got you people. We're all a part of that. You are the first responders. You are the first responders. They show a lot of the doctors and the nurses, they do great work. Don't get me wrong. But us case managers, counselors, social workers, therapists, we are the first responders too. Why? Because we respond to crisis. We respond to crisis too. We respond to grief. So you do family counseling, you matter. Case management, you matter. You're a therapist, you matter. We thank you, social workers, because you matter. Every child that you work with, every adult that you work with, every person with a mental health disability that you work with, that people said that they'll never amount to anything, you were an agent of change and you matter. So I appreciate you and I salute you today for doing the work that you're doing. Continue to do the work. You're great. I thank you for the work that you do. Even if nobody lets you know, I'm going to let you know that you do great work. There's a reading here. I want you to just, you probably can pull it up on your computer. It's really a good reading. It says, did you hear about the rose that grew from a crack in the concrete? Providing nature's laws is wrong if it learned to walk without having feet. Funny it seems, but by keeping its dreams, it learned to breathe fresh air. Long live the rose that grew from concrete when no one else even cared. That's by Tupac Shakur. What does that say? The concrete represents a hard place for these people that you work with, the men, women, children, families that you work with. That's a hard place. And you as a change agent, being able to go in there and let them know that they can make it, that there's hope, that there's purpose. You a rose. Even though it may be hard sometimes, even though somebody might not pat you on the back. Some people might not even come back and say, thank you for what you've done. You are a rose, and you came out smelling like a rose. So thank you for the great work that you're doing in the underserved communities. Thank you for the great work that you continue to do and that you're going to do in 2022, that you're already doing. Thank you for the passion that you bring to your client, to your consumer, to your participants, no matter what's happening. You're a great person. You're a great professional. And you continue to do the great work. Why? Because you're a rose. My contact information is right here. I provide workshops, public speaking, consulting, whatever you need me to do, I'm there. If you have any questions at this time, definitely feel free to ask me any questions. I just shared a lot with you.
And Clem, you do have a hand up. I'm not sure if it's Alicia or Alicia. And then also, folks, hold on before you leave the meeting. Remember, I'm going to put the link in the comments section, so just give me 1 minute to do that. And Clem, is it okay for them to unmute themselves to chat with you now?
Yes, yes.
Also, if you feel more comfortable putting things in the comments section, you can do that too. But I'm going to swap over to my email and grab that link for y'all.
I don't see you, but okay.
Okay, I'll be right back.
But we can chat now?
Yes.
Yeah, my chat is not working.
I'm talking about verbally. Clem, you probably don't remember me, but Wendell Harris, Otis Lockett, myself, the Open Gate, we were the people that started Athletes in Recovery. We called it AIR. We started that back in the early 90s. Stephen Morgan, that's my name. Yeah.
Hey, what's your name again?
Steve Morgan, Steve. That's everybody knows Stephen Morgan.
Okay, man. Awesome. Glad to hear you still in the fight.
Yeah, we were the National Coalition of Black American Men. You remember them?
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, yeah. Wendell was the president. I was the vice president. He left. I became the president. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. How's Wendell doing?
He's doing good. He's doing good. He's working on a couple of books and everything now. Yeah. I haven't talked to Otis in years. How's he doing?
Who's doing?
Otis Lockett.
He's doing phenomenal. He's going for his PhD, and he's got his own clinic, a Lockett Enterprise.
Yeah, I knew about the clinic. I just hadn't talked to him. I'm actually going for my PhD too, so I have to reach out to him.
Yeah. Did you grab my information off there? Email me.
Okay, will do. No problem.
Thank
I won't
you,
hog
sir.
up the time and let somebody else talk.
All right.
Alicia has her hand up. You can go ahead, Alicia.
I think I raised my hand by accident.
Oh, okay.
Does anybody have any more questions or comments or anything they'd like to say to Clem? We have a little bit more time left, so we can utilize it. I did drop the certificate of attendance in the comments section too.
Hi, I just wanted to make a comment about the beginning of the presentation. You were speaking about the author who was saying that, you know, positive, successful African Americans need to come back to the urban setting to educate and help the community. And then you kind of brought up Tupac at the end, so I just put in the chat, and I don't know if they saw it, but I just said, you know, Tupac also said that the hood is, you know, all good for nobody, and that people are getting out because it's really unsafe. And so how do we, because yes, people in this field, they have the passion to do it, they're willing to do it, but it isn't enough. It isn't enough. You have to have the actual community participating in these goals for it to work. So what are your thoughts on how to bring those types of people back to communities to help individuals that are not necessarily, you know, in the field?
Yeah, that's good comment. Yeah, there is some people that's in the community that's doing it, you know. But remember the people that were there, the village. It takes a village to raise the community, right? And so the village concept has left due to the systemic issues that happen in the community. All the resources have been stripped, the gentrification, and so you just left the neighborhoods. The neighbors moved. The hood is just left. But so people that can come back in, yeah, it's hard. Anything's hard when you're trying to make the change. Change is hard, but it can be done. So you got to have people who have the passion, have the foresight and insight that want to see these communities develop and do things. We do it right now. Me and some other guys that were in gangs. We got one of my guys. He has restoration homes where he restore homes and properties. We work with age groups 18 to 24. So people are doing it, but some people work in silos. So even though they may show it in the news, it's like it's all hopeless. It's pockets of poverty here, but there's some hope. There's always hope. As long as you're breathing, as long as a person breathing and they got their right mind, there's still hope because there's another chance that you can get it right. So yeah, it can happen. I just believe that. It might be looking impossible to you, but for me, it looks possible. All things are possible. So we just got to get the right people that's a part of it and not trying to get someone who's trying to capitalize off their misery. So yeah. Can I answer your question, ma'am?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then Bill Morris had his hand up as well. You can go ahead, Bill.
Thank you very much, Clem. Am I coming across? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really appreciated your story. It was powerful. The two things I'd say is two things. One of the things I keep in mind with addiction is a saying that the opposite of addiction is not abstinence. The opposite of addiction is connection. And I think that's the thing that young people everywhere need when they're dealing with addiction is finding a way to connect. And that's one thing that we can do. The other one is, in addition to your story in 53206, one of the things that helped me a lot to understand growing up Black in America in the last 20 years is the book by Ta-Nehisi Coates, Between Me and the World. I think that's just the most powerful book I've read on the Black experience in the last 20 years.
Okay. That's awesome. Thanks for sharing that. I wrote that down. My book is going to be coming out this year. It's called White Keys, Black Locks. My book is coming out this year. So look for it, and I'll make sure Amy get it. But thank you for sharing that. That's so true. Coming up in that the abstinence, you said beyond addiction is not abstinence, it's connection. That's so true. If I hadn't had connection with those men and women who saw the strength and my purpose, they saw my purpose and loved me before I could even love myself. So they saw it. And so that's what you ladies and gentlemen do, you know, as change agents. You assist people, allow them to let them know that there is hope despite what's going on in their environment. There's hope despite what's going on mentally or whatnot in their personal lives. So I appreciate that.
And we have a couple more hands here. Thomas Smith, you can go ahead.
How you doing, Clem? I just wanted to tell you what you told me 20 years ago when I came into this business, aka Brother D.
Brother D.
Hey, Joshua Glover. I just texted you yesterday. Anyway, I just want to tell you, man, thanks for all the encouragement.
Oh yeah, I know Brother D. Yeah.
Thanks for all the encouragement. Thanks for telling me 20 years ago when I walked in lost in the sauce and you looked right at me and said, just keep what you're doing because I think you was moving on and I stepped in and took your place.
Oh
God
yeah.
bless.
Man, bless you, Brother D. Thank you. I appreciate that. This is a phenomenal young man right here. Yes, I moved on and I started my own business and moved on. So he does great work. He's got a powerful story and he's a rap artist. So you want to listen to him. But yeah, thank you. See, planting seeds. One of my mentors told me from Chicago, Cabrini Green Projects, he said, the only way you can keep it, Clem, is to give it away. So I kind of look at us as change agents. I'm a farmer. I just plant seeds and it's going to take root and someone else is going to water and then somebody else is going to plant, someone else is going to water it, and then God will bring the increase. So that's the increase right there with Brother D. So thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Okay. And then Melvette, you can go ahead.
Oh, okay. How you doing, Clem? I just wanted to say thank you, and we appreciate you for all you do as well. The young lady had asked a question about like how can we get community involved that's not necessarily in the field. I think when it comes to some of the systemic oppression that you just discussed, I think that to identify those strengths for some of the community members as resiliency, and then how do we build on that, right? So, because it takes resiliency to even withstand such systemic structures and oppression. So, and that's some of the things I work to do and aspire to do as well, to try to get that turned around, you know, using that negative energy and turning it into something positive.
That's so true. That's so true. You know what? Thanks, Melvetta. Yeah, you can. It can work. So with systemic issues, this is an American fiber. It's built in the system. It was built on our ancestors, right? So we know that now. We got that. So now, how do we do that? You fight systems with systems. You have to start it repairing my community. I want to start saving money. Start saving my money. Okay, you see this boarded up house over here? Okay, I need to buy that and remodel it. You know, so you fight that with that. You have to have. It's a good book you want to read. I suggest you read. It's called Black Labor, White Wealth, where Dr. Claude Anderson talks about how we need to get the politicians. Some politicians are in it for the money, and some of them really are concerned and really love the community. You may have some that sold out. You know, where we come from, we call them they sold out. And so how do you get the ones who's genuine, who have a like-mind vision, and who's resilient? Now, if you have a client or participant who feel like it's hopeless or whatnot, it's never hopeless. You called it right. You're resilient. You're resilient people. You come from kings and queens. You are resilient. You can make it. You know, so how do you do that? Start working. Tell them to start working on themselves. If you see there's a problem, what solution are you going to bring to it? So asking them those kind of questions and being able to, if they're really enthusiastic and really excited about want to change and see things happen in their community, want to see policies change, want to see laws change, well, refer them to those groups who's doing that. That will help them assist with that resiliency too as well. So one person told me this, the systemic oppression and all that, it's working fine like it's supposed to. Doesn't mean I don't have to engage in it. I can start building back better, like Biden said, build back better. What? Our schools, our education, our businesses, our, people who would like minds. That's what time it is. It's time to start building. So it starts with personal self-development, and it starts with then reaching out to the community too as well. So yeah.
Absolutely. Can I just add? I wanted to know what your thoughts were with a lot of the rise on the black on black crime. Like, I personally don't feel black people kill each other because they're black, but there's so many layers and components to it. Just interested, real quick, just to hear what your take is.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's a real good book. You guys should need to good. Is Too Young to Die: Inner City Adolescence. This is Dr. Earl Gracie. He's actually from Milwaukee. It's a real easy read, and I'm going through that right now because it's worse. It's more worse than when I was coming up, when we was doing drive-by shootings. And I apologize to a lot of the youth because we kind of started some of this crazy stuff, especially ones came up in the 80s and 90s, where we fought with our hands. And when it's always been black on black crime, it's white on white crime, except they don't report it. I believe the last statistics that I read, it was like 90% black on black, about 80-some% black, white on white, which rarely get reported. So anyway, so what I think about it is misplaced anger. A lot of the violence, because people don't know how to resolve problems, don't know how to deal with conflict, don't know how to communicate. You have younger people, not just younger, older too, but we're talking about the younger people now, the rise. They don't know how to process emotions. They literally look at Facebook, Instagram, YouTube is their television, is to tell a vision. And anytime that you look to that for your news, you think that's okay to shoot a gun. It's okay to, I just blew this dude noodles out. What you mean? You blew his brains out and you feel no remorse behind that? We got some issues. You got some issues. And it goes back to that psyche. It goes back to those oppressive systems. And so here, it says here, I'm just going to read a little excerpt from the book, if that's okay. Here, when the African-American adolescent holds a negative view of himself and the world, his feelings are often reinforced by a negative and hostile environment. It is highly possible that those experiencing self-hatred, remember I talked about that earlier, self-hatred, or low self-esteem or low concept, have no problem projecting their feelings onto others, especially others who look like them. As those seen in Schneiden's 1976 theory, the suicide as increases, so does the risk of homicide. So you see an increase in suicide, increase in homicide. Why? Because what I see on television said I'm hopeless and I'm not going to amount to nothing. So I look at you and say, you ain't nothing either. Because I don't like me, I don't like you. So we project the hate. I used to do a fatherhood group where a lot of the men had a lot of anger and rage. And I've come to find out 95% of that anger and rage come from the father. Misplaced anger. The father wasn't there. Didn't teach him any manhood skills. He was raised by his mother. Me and my younger brother had a lot of anger too. We didn't have that father in the home. So we had self-righteous anger. Well, I'm the man in the house. Well, I'm going to do this. You can't tell me what time to come in. And so they grow on the same thing. It's gotten worse. These young men as a young man, I was angry. These young men are enraged. It's worse. And it got worse, y'all. So we're definitely dealing with some situations where we got to live in a generation now where it's a first-time generation where there's no, they have been unchurched, uncultured, unlearned, where there's no, like I said, it's been normalized dysfunction, where we normalize dysfunction now. It's okay for the kid to sell dope in his mom's house. It's okay for him to have a gun because I'm protecting the family. It normalized dysfunction. So to answer your question, it takes the whole community. It takes everybody coming together who want to see that area change. It's not just in 53206, it's in every neighborhood, but it's worse there because of the A.O. Smith that was taken out, the Briggs, not the Briggs and Stratton, the master lock. A lot of those jobs they moved out and outsourced, moved to Mexico or China. And then some of the good jobs they do have are in the suburbs. So.
Okay. I think
Answer
we have
your
time.
question, Noveda?
Yes, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Thank you.
And then I think we have time for one more question, and Desiree Carmichael has her hand up. You can go ahead, Desiree.
Hi, it's not really a question, but hey, Clem. I remember you and your wife at New Restoration, and just to hear your story and all of that, this is amazing. And the things that you are doing in this platform. So I just wanted to let you know, like, I love all of this. So, and just to hear that you speak so effectively, I just love it. I just want to
Thank you, Desiree.
So
Are you
I was the
still
one
over
that
there?
yeah, I go every once in a while, but I don't know if you remember me, the one that sung "Break Every Chain."
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome singer, phenomenal. Well,
But awesome. I love the presentation.
thank you. I appreciate that. If you need to get in contact with us, me and my wife are doing a presentation about Love for Two relationships on February 12th. Definitely get my information off the screen or in the chat.
Yes, I have it. I'm actually going to give you a call probably later today or within this week.
Sounds great.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Well, what do you think? Should we wrap up, Clem?
Yeah. If you got time for one more, I'm just getting warmed up. So no, I'm just kidding. So if you got time for one more question, that would be good. It's
okay.
3:20, so we can wrap up right after that.
Okay.
Comments or questions?
One more. Anybody out there? I'm looking at the chat, seeing if anybody put anything in there.
Okay. That's good.
Hi. I don't know if you remember me. I just wanted to say hi. I had you as a professor at MATC maybe like 3 years ago. And
yeah.
It's so nice to see your face. So I just wanted to say hi and thank you and appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you. I appreciate it. What class were you in? The groups counseling skills or theories?
The groups counseling skills.
Awesome. Are you in the field, I assume?
Yeah, and now I'm in the master's program at UWM for social work. So
awesome. So you're gonna do great. Continue to keep hope alive.
Thank you. Good to see you.
You too. Take care.
Bye.
All right. Bye. Okay.
And I just want to thank you too, Clem. This was an excellent presentation, and also for you to spend the last little bit of time too taking questions and comments, and that was wonderful too. Your story was very powerful. So I just want to say thank you very much from the bottom of my heart too for joining the change agents, because you know how passionate I feel about all the change agents. So
yes.
So if anybody does, if no one else has any more questions, then we can wrap up. And I say, a happy Wednesday, and we'll see you next month for Mark Sanders when he visits us for another virtual presentation.
Awesome. Take care. Thank you.
Take care, everyone. Clem, you did excellent. It was so wonderful. Thank you so much.
You did an excellent job. Thank you.
Thank you.
We had 200 people on here, so
what?
Thank you. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank
Just imagine the impact, Clem. It was so good.
Just imagine the impact that you had on our community.
Thank you. I didn't know all those people was the students was going to be on there, and some people are impacted. So it's awesome.
Clem, this is Kenyatta. There was a guy who came on who you knew from before. I think his brother D or something like that.
Yes.
We should probably get in touch with him too.
Yes.
And find out about his story.
Yeah, that would be good, Kenyatta. If you could work on that and do the same thing that you did for me for Clem, that would be awesome. Just so you know, Kenyatta's the one that introduced us. Remember I told you about we had a change agent that said, this guy, we need this guy. That's who you're speaking to right now.
Oh, thank you, Kenyatta. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Kenyatta.
Yes, you're welcome, ma'am.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Okay, so thank you for having me, everybody, and if you need me to come back again sometime to speak, let me know.
Okay, sounds
well, hopefully we'll make some change within this community.
Yeah, right. Hopefully we'll make
That's the goal, is to not just hear you speak, but to make some changes.
Make some change. Yeah. One at a time, right?
Yes, one at a time.
One at a time. One at a time. One vote at a time. One client at a time. One family at a time.
That's right. Okay.
All right, guys. Happy Wednesday. We're down to about 50 people or so. So I'm going to leave the group and then let people get their certificate of attendance. And Clem, I'm going to check in with you tomorrow too, and just make sure that you I have all your information for fiscal and everything too. Okay. Gotcha. One more time.
No problem, Amy. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you again and again and again. We'll talk soon.
No problem. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye, everybody.
All right.
And let's see if Clem wants to be on the steering committee.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Okay, bye.